And hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and we are back with more of FF16. I know I usually try and do this nightly, but yesterday was my orientation day at my new job, and by the time I was done, I was so overstimulated that I just had no energy after doing the interview that I had scheduled. It's for this reason that the gaming streams are not put on the schedule. But we are back at it, and we're going to see if we can hopefully deal with Titan by the end of our run here. If not, we'll carry it over into tomorrow. But with that said, let us get started. Hang on, who's texting me at this hour? Oh, never mind, it's nothing. But before that, I want to see if there's anything I need to catch up on, or any side quests yet. And the answer to that question is no. And that's mostly because we handled the side quests the other night.
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
Gov gave you the news then? We're leaving for Rosalith, but not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard? All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Delmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with no two saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her. Understood.
If it isn't my favorite pupil. Let's see now, where did we leave? Well, this is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
You know what they say? A little knowledge, can't hurt?
We're going to Rosalith to deal with Kupka. What's the situation there?
Whoa there, Lord Rossfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
Well, we know it's a shit show.
Let us begin with the story of Hugo Kupka, or the permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian government, to give him his formal title. In a republic founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he is also Dalmekia's last line of defense, a fact he has used to his considerable advantage. Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak. By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact. Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present, deadlocked as it is with Dalmekia over its occupation of the Crystalline Dominion, where its legions are now gathered. Scarcely a handful of garrisons remain to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's Breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship. All for you, Clive. He wants your head. And so he and his men advance upon Rosalith, not to capture the province, but to draw you out.
Like I said the other night,
His forces
fate.
sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde then? Is the city safe?
Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dalmekian fleet floated by without incident. But not without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buet Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp. And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north. We cross the northern border near Phoenix Gate. Then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way. And so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
An eye for an eye, as it were.
We should be on our way.
Lead on.
Let's see if there's anything that I missed. And while there are marks to hunt, hunting marks is not going to be a high priority. No, instead, let's head straight into what is most likely a tarp.
Fortify the castle gates at once.
Hugo and his men have been busy. They've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls. Those fuckers really went to town on this place. Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
If you keep your wits about you, I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm. I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on their way.
Be careful.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I've always found that phrase amusing.
I thought I was ready for this, but
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
Capital punishment.
this isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
He'll stop at nothing, Clive. Nothing.
Why do I do this?
Clive, we can get through here. Murderers!
There's only one fitting punishment.
Remember, folks, always geek the mage first. Stone Scimitar, they're called. And yet they use axes. Let's see, anything I missed? No. I'll take that.
I yield! I yield! Look what we have here. Gentlemen! You won't escape!
And a little bit of crawl. And we continue onward.
Out of our way!
The protect is nice on their part, but unfortunately I do too much damage. Alright, through we go. Tough one, but went down like the rest. I think this is going to be our way forward. Oh, don't do this to me. Let's see if we can get what he's got. A few more steel silk. Not that I'm running out of steel silk anytime soon.
We're nearly at the castle. It ends there.
Fit for that batch.
Set her loose.
They have a curl.
Oh, how cute. We've got dogs versus cats.
Attack! Ready?
What do you think?
This one. It's building up to something.
We need to stop it. Whatever it takes. It's down.
Then let's make this count. This one. Nice try.
And that's it for him. Let's see. Curl Whisker, Sharp Fang, and Magic Ash. I'm sure we can make something out of that whisker.
Jill! We meet at last, Sid. Or should I say, Lord Rosfield? I've been looking for you for a very long time. Let her go, Kuka. I'm so glad you accepted my invitation. I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you like what I've done with the place? Bastard! Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But I am sure you will prove compelling company. Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment. to the festivities.
Are we going to be doing a stealth mission as Torgal or something?
That's just great, that is. I
Or
suppose
as
it's up
Gav.
to me then.
Gav's not exactly a fighter. Which means it's time for my favorite segment, Forced Stealth. I.e., when you have stealth in a game that is not really designed for it. Or maybe not.
Headsman!
Where do you want me?
Well, he's not compensating.
Bring the prisoner!
That's no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw. We should get it to mine.
Lord Kupka commands your presence.
You're to bear witness to the girl's execution. Such a waste.
And stealth mission evaded.
Gav!
Good.
Crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. Don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Shit. We have to hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle. But the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll make my way up top and circle round the back. Quick as you like, eh? Nearly forgot.
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming. I have to get to the courtyard.
What do we have here? Couple potions given to us as a gimme.
Don't you let her die.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
And who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
tell me you tire of my entertainment.
Enough!
Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Need this?
Much obliged.
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Toggle, thank you. Take all of them!
Later. Everyone, with me. That includes you, Toggle.
Yeah, the thing about large numbers is they're great for chain lightning. That's a little overkill, but I will take it. Nice and crispy.
Still breathing, are you?
Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
I thought bad news always came in threes.
Let it come.
And that takes care of that. With a level up to boot. clay hide, wearite, and steel silk. Okay, standard material for crafting.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be careful. I promise you, Sid. He'll die by my hand.
Oh, got something over here. A potion. Let's see, any caches? Nope.
Kupka. You're late. Trouble on the way.
Oh, at least he's not sitting in the
For
throne.
entertainment. How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. A realm without a ruler, an army, even a people. A veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend. No! Enough of your games, Kupka. Just tell me what you want. Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice damned name. Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body. If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes. The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo. It was you. You killed her. I did. Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong. And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we are. But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust. no pity from me, Kupka. No pity. And no mercy. Now die! This time, you learned what becomes of those who dare to cross me. Cross! I'll kill you! Nice try. You will die by my hand, Frostfield. My hatred for you is unending. And yield then. Let this palace be your grave! What? Oh, shit.
The risk he took was calculated, but he is bad at math.
The world has chosen. I am in my element. As long as stay. The earth will always be my domain. Nice try.
All 9 shots in. Like that.
Nice try.
Phase 1 dealt with. And an Earth Shard for our troubles. Well, he's taking it well.
There. You mustn't get yourself worked up.
Wait!
Another time, Mythos.
That was Joshua.
Is that all of them?
think so.
Well, load of scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today. Where did you learn to do that, Torgal? Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I. I was so close. If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Right after you went inside. Just when we thought we were shot of Titans lot. In pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us, though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kupka away.
So, what? You think they came here to save him? Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
We go back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kupka later, shall we?
Aye. All right. It'll give us a chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too. Hey, how are you feeling? Ready to go home?
You're going to be heading that way soon. I have a feeling.
Just look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest.
Fine. I'll rest.
Don't worry, Gav. She's in good hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had some like. The question is, where is he now?
And what the hell were those royalists doing there?
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Tomes.
The lawsman. About what?
About your faithful hound for a start. If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Tomes will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Right. Let me know if you learn anything.
Will do. And you do the same, eh?
Jill, listen to Taya.
I will. Thank you.
Bolts from the blue. Wind up. And a block. Nice.
Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Kupka and his men had their fun with more than a few. None of the...
Alright, let's get wind up. Then master it. Titanic block. Upheaval. And raging fists. And mastery. We'll save Earth and Fury for later.
Empress's favourites, though. They all go away safe and sound.
But before we speak with Otto,
The Littlands have been up to their old tricks again. Going on the
I wonder. Nope, nothing yet.
this time. Jill looked white as a sheet when you brought her.
What do you need? So, what'll it be? That it? Fine.
Nothing yet.
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
I could have swore I had some stuff I could sell off. Yes, I do.
I'll be thankful you got that much. I reckon I can find a buyer. Is that all?
The blood of Fenrir, huh? I suppose that would fit. Let's go with Titan instead. Instead of wind up. Well, switch that out with Raging Fists. Let's head back. And hello there, Neff. Welcome to the party. What were you up to this evening?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Drive by my way to bed.
Your
Well, this
benefactors
is
are
the
generous
good kind of
lot.
drive-by, I suppose.
All done? And how may I assist you today?
I think
How
I'm
may
getting
I
to
help
work
you today?
early. Hopefully not too early.
Here's the latest information I have.
Seven a.m. my time. That's when it starts. Oh. Yeah, go the fuck to sleep in that case.
One must understand one's place in the world.
Gotta wait for laundry, so I'll read in bed. On book 3.5 of Stormlight. Oh, nice.
Very good.
But while I'm at it, let's head over to check on tomes.
Tome says he's looking for books about Torgal. I know.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it. always welcome, Clive.
And with that in mind, let us continue onward.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Otto, is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
She's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's did what she
And
wanted to and
hello there, Derek.
she's feeding on scraps.
Long time no see. How have you been doing?
Out to the Ghostbreakers and their other friends in the West, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet. But it's only a matter of time.
Right. Let me know when you
I hope you've been doing well, Derek.
There he is. All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Mid. When did you get back?
Just now.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria.
Yeah, I know the feeling about being busy, but good to see you're doing well, man, and thanks for stopping by.
Next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right, you win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was opening...
I've been doing alright. I ended up starting a new job a couple days ago.
You can't just expect me to...
Please, oblige her. While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare. Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Buried in a dusty old tome.
I'm warming to it.
Did, till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
It's certainly a step up from my last one, especially given that it's like 7 minutes away from where I live.
Well, Clive, you heard the professor. So, I'll meet you in the storeroom when you're done.
Wait, hold on. Breath of fresh air. Bloody tempest, more like. Oi, Otto, you got my gill?
That's convenient. My job is like an hour away. Well,
My
yeah.
fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying. That little...
Oh, we're
Storeroom,
just...
was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Yeah, work continues on the various projects. I'm going to be doing a bit of a visual overhaul in a couple weeks. And since I know the main reason I'm streaming FF16 is because, well, I made a promise a while back.
I'm a busy man, Mid.
Plus, doing so allows me to continue my own crusade.
Down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mid, you've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering, told me everything he knew about it, then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't. That was his dream for me, that one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Well, well, well. If Sid could see you now. All right?
But one of my favorite games.
Tell Otto you'll be staying.
I can see it. I had some trouble with the optimization for a bit, but I've more or less figured it out.
For me?
Though it's less of a this poorly optimized and more of a I'm using the lower end of graphics cards.
First, I need equipment.
So I had to improvise, which is why I don't have this thing on like the highest setting.
The other materials I can whip myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me.
Then again, unlike some, I actually
I'll need a carpenter for that.
believe in the whole graphics don't make the game.
For now, I'll let you know.
Unlike some who say that and then don't back it up. But
where to start? Materials and tools. That means Carolyn Black.
while I'm at it, see if there's any side quests open up. Nope. Yeah, one game is not enough for me to buy a PS5 alone, especially when a lot of stuff that's on PS5 ends up moving over to PC anyways. That, and I prefer modding my games. But even with this, even at these lower settings, it still looks pretty damn good. But I've heard some people try and do the whole this needed to be turn-based, otherwise it's not true FF, which is basically a shorthand for I wanted to play exactly like my security blanket, and those kind of people are not worth taking seriously.
Was wondering where you got to. Maid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials.
As ridiculous as this may sound, 16 down the road is going to be a bunch of people's first entry. But for me, the idea of it needing to be turn-based in order to be Final Fantasy is a complete misunderstanding of the core of Final Fantasy,
as for payment,
which is iteration and experimentation. And sticking to tradition for its own sake is almost an anathema.
And that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Indeed it would.
Hell, the whole sticking to tradition thing arguably is what led Dragon Quest to kind of lose its spot as the dominant RPG. Because everybody else was doing what... People said the same thing about the ATB system when it was first introduced. Funny you mentioned that, because there's a bit of a story I've relayed about the ATB system for the longest time since I discovered it. Hiroyuki Ito, who created it, along with the job system, had brought up that he saw RPGs moving into action with time, and ATB was his way of moving that along with the tech that he had.
What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship? I'll see what I can do.
In other words,
I'll bring them over when I'm done.
Ito, and by extension some of the FF team, were already planning for an action move all the way back in 1992.
That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
It's all right.
Or at least planting the seed for it. And despite what I said earlier, I don't want to give off the impression that I dislike Dragon Quest or something like that. It's more that Dragon Quest's unfortunate issue was that it played it safe for too long. Because I'd say right around by the time we get to the PS1 era, everybody had been long since experimenting, and it was trying to do the same formulas that it had been doing in the 8 and 16-bit eras. Yeah, vocations were added, but that was after FF did it.
How do, Master Sid?
Bardolph. Maid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom.
I've been seeing a similar thing with Mecha Break, where people are like, it should have had full mech customization, and I'm like, why? Just because other mech games have done it? That's not enough of a reason.
There's holes need patching, and if I don't patch them, will all of us sink into the mere?
I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but the sad truth is, I ain't got none.
Point is, tradition for its own sake tends to go down a very bad path when it comes to design.
You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right.
It's also just another way to for peer pressure for nerds.
I'll ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you, Bardolph.
Least I could do.
And Sakaguchi at one point had stated and told his successors that he didn't think Final Fantasy needed to limit itself to just RPGs. And he said this in, I want to say 2002-ish. So the moral of the story is that a lot of people who argue about tradition until they're blue in the face don't realize that the game they're arguing about, its designers didn't get that memo. Let me see if there's anything of note.
What can I do for you?
Okay. Hunter's waistcloth. Nah. Not worth it.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Back, are ya? So, what'll it be? No scratches, all right?
Okay, that I will take. Let's see, can I reinforce it? I guess not. That is a interesting sword.
It's all right.
So let's head over to Martha's Rest. Let's see, no side quests yet. But sorry to get on that bit of a tangent, but there's a certain narrative I've been seeing going about that is absolutely ridiculous. And it's mostly coming from people who don't see the bigger picture. Maybe it's because of the whole monk thing that I try to embody, but I've tried to see that. Because, yeah, the whole spirit of the game development is to continually refine, iterate, and improve. To keep things the same as before, simply for tradition, isn't a good enough reason. Pretty much. And I've used the current state of sim racing as a cautionary tale. On that note, I gotta hop off and have fun. Yeah. Good luck on the drive, Derek, and I hope to see you in the temple soon. Stay frosty, man. Oh. And okay, why did not my raid theme not play? But hey there, Sig. Hopefully you got some headway in in thy flesh consumed. How are you doing, man?
I love Martha like a sister.
So you're completely done with everything Doom 1. So what do you have next on your itinerary? Dressing green Sigil 1 and 2. Very nice. I like Sigil, and I like both of them. I do think Sigil 2 is not quite as good.
Need of an extra carpenter. I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha.
Like, it's good, but
He went up to Cressida on business.
I won't spoil Sigil 2, but I feel like when it came to
he's still there.
experimenting with what's there, it's not quite as good. And down the road, I may consider doing a tier list stream when it comes to the different episodes of Doom. Actually, we couldn't do it on episodes because it would have to be on the individual games, as well as expansions, which for me is just an excuse for me to rail on how much I don't like TNT. Then again, me not liking TNT is like calling Michael Bolton the no talent ass clown. I'm not exactly breaking new ground saying that. I don't hate TNT evolution. I just find it kind of bloated. You know, it's a very good case study in how bigger is not necessarily better. And hello, Maki. Welcome to the party. I'm just going through some more of FF16 as I continue with my little promise. How are you doing tonight? Okay, it looks. But yeah, that's definitely the case with Sigil, as well as the fact that it doesn't, unlike say Plutonia, it doesn't seem to understand how to use enemies beyond add more. Okay, I went the wrong way. If there's one thing I wish I could mod into FF16, it is a mini-map. But that means... Oh yeah, I took the complete wrong way. Relaxing, enjoying the privilege of lazing about with nothing important to do. I can get that, though, my colleagues can attest to the fact that I've had to be bullied into taking vacations. Because working on things is just my zen. Whether it be projects for this channel or something as mundane as just doing chores. I'm at my most comfortable when I'm working on something. Oh.
Stay sharp. You don't know when those bastards will be back.
She had a man of Grieger. Please, teach me how to fight.
Oh, you got treasure.
If you're still here when my shift is over, I'll spar with you.
Oh. But Yeah, I get that feeling. Oh. Oh! That was quick. I feel like breaking it down into 2-episode chunks is going to make this much more manageable compared to the time I ran through it all when Eternal came out in 2020. Yeah. Oh, it's always good not to get eyes bigger than your stomach. But... Question, Sekai. Are you adding Legacy of Rust to that itinerary of yours? I figured you might.
Hi. I've entered the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You do, Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
Oh, do you now?
But... Getting FF16 as a surprise gift, which I suppose was prophetic because a few days late after I get it, I end up landing my new job.
If Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
It's given me a reason to do more game streams, which I've needed to do more often anyways. It's just with how my schedule works, figuring out an ideal time has been a case of throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends.
And I've talked at length about how I
when it comes to dealing with beasts and
don't have a problem with stick with 16's more action-based approach.
It's the least I can do.
Because
thank you kindly.
Final Fantasy leaning into action has been lampshaded for years. And I have gotten my... I mentioned this earlier before you came in, Maki, but I have gotten myself into a bit of a spot of bother with some folk because I said, in a few years, FF16 is going to be viewed by a whole generation of people as their entry point. Which... I realize that may be a strange thing to say, but I've already seen people talk fondly about 13 as if that is, and cite that as their entry point. And some more veteran folk going, wait, 13 is the one you like and got you in? How? These things happen. And it's not like I didn't predict it years beforehand. Oh. I wonder if the Bethesda port version of Sigil has the Buckethead soundtrack. I doubt it, but it'll be okay. I don't see why it wouldn't have it. Unless there's some contract things with the Buckethead soundtrack, I don't see a reason why that wouldn't be the case. Oops. And that takes care of that. Let's see. And to the victor go the spoils. I'll sell off that gill bug when I get back into a town.
That should do it.
You made short work of that lot. Thank you, son. Now my folks can rest in peace once more.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Though it may as well have been a century, looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Can't live in the past, no matter how nice it might have been. Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's onto your hideaway. I'll meet you there.
That should take care of Mid's little list. Better head back before she thinks of anything.
Alright, let's head back in.
All right, Clive? You've all done then?
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Arthur's Rest.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
I think the only thing I don't like about the combat loop with, or at least don't find ideal with it, is iconic abilities based on cooldowns. Maybe it's just me, but I think they would have been better served on an MP system, maybe. On the other hand, I can see how an MP system would open up a whole host of new questions. So, mulligan, I guess.
Clive.
Talia. How's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you.
He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
The shelves. Oh, that's right. He went to ask Hippocrates about Torgor. He must have found something.
I could also see it causing an issue of sticking too much with one particular icon's moveset, when it's very clear this is a game that wants people to use the totality of the 3 icon setups you have. Now, much like the style system with Dante wanting you to use at all of the different styles instead of hyper focusing on one. Let's see if I got enough.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Best of luck out there,
Not
Fred.
quite yet. But there are a few side quests for us to do. In fact, there's 2 of them.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a curse breaker's brand.
The thing about design is that it's easy to say, oh, it might have been better if they did this one thing, but that one thing can lead to a snowball effect if not handled carefully.
Let's recover. Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that.
Oh, the reason why we do the spellcasting the way we do for Legend Edition was to try and avoid the issue of how much MP something should cost.
A brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential, and we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do
This is also why, when it comes to game balance and the like, I like to bring up the whole sprint debate with Halo Reach and Halo 4.
I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter.
One might think, oh, you're just allowing people to run fast. What's the big deal? The big deal is that two movement speeds creates a cascade effect in so much of the combat.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go. Oh, thank you. No one knows herb lore like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
I know that kind of thinking things through might seem a bit contrary with what I've said regarding the toxicity problem being self-inflicted in a lot of hero shooters, which I do maintain it is self-inflicted. But when it comes to that, from what I recall, CPU bots are used in testing in a lot of shooters anyways, and we've had the technology for that for quite a while. And due to that, I don't think it would be too difficult to implement CPUs in any hero shooter, if I'm being honest. And given that when we played the alpha for Mecha Break, it had CPU options. Gigantic has CPU options. So I'm not all that inclined to believe it's that difficult. But so long as they want to insist it's that difficult, well, don't ask for sympathy when when I'm sitting here going, I told you so, but you didn't want to listen.
This is the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one.
And there's one more.
Should be enough to keep the infirmary stocked for a while. Hopefully this will put Rodriguez.
Let's head back. I probably would jump on the Marvel Rivals bandwagon if there was a better option to practice with CPUs instead of practicing just at a glorified shooting gallery.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
You'll do fine. Taya trusts you. Which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicists like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But... I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physician to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Curse breakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we have no shortage of volunteers. The day I decided that I would take Sid's name was the same day Taya took my brand.
I remember. It wasn't long after we came here. What little medicine Taya managed to salvage from the wreckage of the old place had been used up treating the wounded. She begged that your operation be delayed until a new supply of antalgics was found. The procedure was even more dangerous back then. Only a few souls had undertaken it. Doris, Cole, a handful of other curse breakers, and those who are no longer with us. Those who lost their lives in the process. It wasn't something to be done lightly.
No. But it was something I had to do if I was to take Sid's name. He always led from the front and never asked anyone to take a risk for his cause that he was unwilling to take himself, even if he knew that it might cost him his life.
Hold still, Clive! Hold still!
I knew there'd be pain. That I might not survive. And I was afraid. But I also knew that if I didn't overcome that fear, that pain, then I would never be able to call myself Sid.
I didn't know.
We all want our brands removed. But it's a decision each of us must make for ourselves, on our own terms. Rodriguez, I know your work isn't easy, but neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Tyre. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physicist's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
Did have enough renown to get the next reward. A lot of crafting materials to boot. Are there any other side quests? Nope, just that one.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again. The decking this time.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of curse breakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A cursebreaker managed to release a Stolus amid the confusion, but... this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous. But I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
Back to Northreach. Well, as soon as the thing finishes loading.
Slavers don't even bother with Northreach now they're all high on the fled
Oh,
south.
what do we have here? I could probably sell that off.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Where are the troops? Never mind.
glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here. See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough.
Oh, you hate this part?
Please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet.
Get me back.
They're trying to get into the carriage. Too slow. Nice try. Nice try. Get him. Get him. Too slow. This one. Nice try. Too slow. This one. Nice try. Well done.
It amuses me that the goblins end up sounding like Donald Duck. Let's see. If I think this is where I think it is, then there are the scummy people coming up.
Who are you?
A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
Although there's already been some scummy people when it comes to both non-bearers and bearers, especially those who have the attitude of, oh, if Sid didn't show up, things would be just perfectly fine. Yes, we were non-people, but we still had a roof over our heads, kind of thinking.
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left. If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself. Or maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
Cole and the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them, woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a Cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
I believe we've got enough renown to get a new gift.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again. Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
It's all right.
Might have been some new letters coming in. No new things in the chambers. Let's see. Any side quests I missed? Nope.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other...
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal!
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And
don't let it get to your head.
Concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
Phrasing.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Sometime later.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot, starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
What digs?
Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
I think the bigger question is what
Thanks
things.
for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
We're going to be going down there at some point.
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest. And work in earnest we shall!
I think I'll wait till Mid's away to take a tour of her dungeon.
A dungeon, eh? I think I'll get some use out of that. But before we continue on, I need to refill on some tea. So I'm going to hit the BRB for a moment, and we will be back in a couple minutes. Probably in restaurant time and not actual time, but you know how it is. So see you in a bit. are back, ladies and gentlemen. So let's continue onward. Oh, I don't know why I had fast travel considered for a moment.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute? We, have a guest.
A guest?
Who would be our honored guest?
For your trouble. It was a pleasure.
Oh.
In hindsight. Uncle Byron?
Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favorite uncle is here!
There's a part of me that thinks Byron should have been played by Brian Blessed. Meanwhile, in Twinside,
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
are these the scummy people you're referring to, Sakai? These bunch of sycophants?
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can. And once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, Were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would, of course, prevail, there would be heavy losses.
Oh, I knew about her.
Do not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmex to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
Yeah.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Meanwhile, Dion here seems to be a good man serving an undeserving emperor.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, Your Radiance, I shall depart at once. May Gregor forgive you.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
As if it wasn't obvious enough that they are a Roman Empire.
Bella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find out.
See if there's anything of... If Byron came all the way here,
One thing after another around here.
I smell trouble.
Ah, my dear nephew, how I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wayne. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
I think he broke.
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you. It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her royal navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. Or would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waloed friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting
A bold
through
strategy.
Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
So it was the Waloeders who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canverward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned, and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Cid's finished outfitting her little workshop, I hear. With a little help.
Right, just one more check.
Of course. Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head.
2 birds with 1 stone.
More than I have to. I promise.
The Lancer and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil, Suncaller, the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Cid's, and only Cid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Cid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
For that.
And how may I assist you today? How may I help you today? Here's the latest information I have. Thus ends today's lesson.
All right. Let's get back at it.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
I don't like sand. There, I got the episode 2 joke out of my system. But oh, here we go. And with Dust Devils too. Lovely.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Riddle of the Sands. Oh, and we've got a lot of desert we're going through.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands. years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Leave it to a family member to have all the embarrassing stories.
Who do you think those soldiers were in the inn?
Friends of friends. So, an old cook has finally made his own.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
If I hadn't unlocked the chocobo, this would have been a bigger pain. Speaking of pain,
Look, there. Those are Ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehere. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them?
infighting? Infighting.
Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
Well, isn't that a familiar face?
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
I'm just waiting for when the brawl starts. Because you know what's going to happen.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you!
And here it is.
Uncle?
Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
Me every time. Yeah, I can
You are
see it.
travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads. But we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
Hey, that's it. Hey, don't let good food go to waste.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
He clearly has his priorities straight.
Take him!
Try it.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that!
Hey, there's a special spot in hell for those who waste good ale. Flawless victory.
For your trouble. Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Like I said, he's got his priorities in order.
Now's our chance.
Well, I cannot understate the value of comic relief.
I'm fine.
The emphasis on the word relief. Some people think that the comic relief character is the stupid character. Those people do not live in reality.
Clive?
He's already gone.
What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang.
Means we need to head
We should press on before
south.
any more of their friends turn up.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Take a sniff, good sir.
My carpets have
Why is the tavern shut?
I guess we're already attuned. What do we have here? And this is the wrong way.
Lights and bloods!
Oh, lovely, a blockade.
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
Why do I have a feeling we've already met her?
Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means. The wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
I have the distinct feeling that this hair has already shown up on screen.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake!
Anything I can help you with, travelers? allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
Briar's Kiss sounds like a pub, not a smithy.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience, believe you me.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly. Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furder knows.
Sweet incense! What wax candles?
Excuse me. Are you Furder?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think.
Crap.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Oh, lovely. More friends. I had a feeling it was a tarp. And my feeling was correct.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
The juiciest meat from Green's Head. It would make a fine.
Is this the place?
Lubo's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
So it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Delamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Ferda told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second?
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mama to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart.
His heart grew three sizes that day.
Get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet, even then, I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But
Ouch.
enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle. I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil. Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Not sharing. In a place where commerce rules everything.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
Right, just one more.
A deposit.
The most fragrant herb needed to a silken softness.
You wouldn't believe how much he gave me. What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
Puppets have pride of place in...
Where would our uncle be?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
Which room would he... Nope.
Huh?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Tarp. Definitely a tarp.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult.
There's a catch.
It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
If.
Of course.
I need a drink.
I don't think it's a matter of if,
Men of the wrong.
only when.
Anytime they point us snouts up a Kupka's trough is when it's dangerous.
Nope.
$1,000 for a measly bunch of Gazal dreams.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
Silver platters, hanging lanterns, keep the doctors.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Nope. Nope.
My thanks. An excellent choice. My thanks. Fare you well.
Do you think they'll be back soon? I need a new dress.
Needed
The
for a
juiciest
silken
meat from
softness.
Greece. It would make a fine gift.
So here's the desert we need.
Let's go.
Faster!
Endless, endless sand. Okay, here is our spot, and it's the perfect place for an ambush.
I'll take it from here.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
That's a lot of crystal.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
Not over yet, Uncle. Good. I'm just getting warmed up.
Yeah, I should have geeked the mage, but on the other hand, it's a flex to say, I can kick his ass faster than you can heal him. Oh, we got more. It's all the way over here. Death by fisting. I know what I said.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon. It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Double the... Ugh!
Here, wear this. Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubor.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Omia Lostelan. Wisagilith.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric.
Take a sniff. It's fresh bread, warm from the oven. Yeah, have a taste. Plates and pots! Oh, just look at the sweet it's up. They've opened the gate.
Lubor was true to his word.
We should get going soon.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Tolmeki and Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Sid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
Oh, so much for that move.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Yeah, it's times like these where I really wish I had a mini-map. Right, we have a waypoint to the Jaw Obelisk.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
Yeah, so the plan is we will go through the whole thing with Kupka and possibly Drake's Fang. And then wrap it up for the night. But before we do that, side questing. Especially since more side quests will bring us more renown.
This is no good. I was hoping to get out of the...
We've got 2 of them.
for a little while.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
the men of the rock were carting off our crystals for themselves?
It would certainly explain why we...
I've never even forged a button. Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I. Oh, wait. Are you Clive? Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
All right.
Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
Is it true?
The finest fabric!
Take a sniff, good sir. Needed to a silken...
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Needed to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
All right. So that's one down.
Lights and pots! Hanging lanterns! Keep the darkness from your door!
Not you yet.
It would make a
My
fine
carpets
gift
have
for your
pride of
beloved.
place in castle.
She'll look at you in quite a different light.
I'll be asking for you again, my sweet.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
1,000 gil for a measly bunch of Gazal greens.
And then my price.
All Alright, maybe upstairs we'll find our second one.
Fucking men of the wrong. Anytime they pull their snouts out of people's trophies.
I need a drink. You're going to drink my pockets dry.
So much for that.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Yeah, have a taste.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Won't chip, won't crack, no matter how rocky the road.
Ah, there we are.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Silver platters.
Kneaded to a silken softness.
Yes,
Eating a
they're
cloud
quite
with
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalamil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalamil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light. Meaning someone is gonna be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favorite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Okay, wrong way. Right way.
Thanks, Cal. Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
The limestone? Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly. So, do you crush it up, or just throw it in the furnace?
Run like the wind. Be safe.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
My carpets have
Take a sniff, good sir.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Here, have a taste.
Lights and pots! Oh, just look at the hanging lanterns!
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
Let's get some limestone. What the hell? That was weird.
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Sava needs.
Let's head back. Sorry about that, had to check something.
Wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that? You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for. That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? Hmm? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalamil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number one in any business, Sava, know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable. But only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
Looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
A goblin coin to boot.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric!
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Here, have a taste.
Sure, after a while, you guys will get sick of hearing those lines.
Everything I've worked for. All those years of toil. Every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
Are you all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalamil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Alright, let's get to it.
Hanging lanterns, keep it up.
We should get going soon.
Come on, girl, the gate's open now, we can press on.
What the hell are those things?
I think I saw bombs. And I also saw treasure. And more treasure. Yep. Bombs.
By the flames. That explains the heat. Get him! All yours, Torgal!
That's a lot of bombs.
Nice try.
Oh, that's cute. Naming a bomb Old Faithful.
Finished.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
Alright, back to the inn.
There he is. The man who saved... I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
Oh, he perked up quick. Scarlet, huh? But before we head down there, I need to take a couple minutes. So I'm going to hit the BRB a second time. I will be back shortly with more tea and more adventure. Sorry about that.
Me. If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead.
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust.
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do?
Mother Crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo?
Arbord here is clearly playing the role of a rat.
Stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the night. Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
So he's not a rat, he's Mr. Morden. Fresh Blood 2. Now, isn't this a grisly sight?
Orcs. Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
Well, they do make a good distraction.
Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen? They've spotted us.
Yeah, Titan's got enough of a spotlight. Let's bring it back with Ramu.
Taking over the entire mine. So much for the men of the rock. Dalmekia's finest.
Let's see if there's anything of note. There just might be. Not the most ideal, but I will take it.
Animals. You should never have left Ash.
Too late. Let's see, any treasure about? Nope. So. Oh. Favor of lightning. Alright, let's continue onward.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
Oh, this is definitely the way out.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here? This one.
Over here!
Too slow.
Ah, crap. Sorry about that. My controller decided to derp on me. And down goes the war boss. I know he's not called that, but they're orcs, so I'm gonna make the joke. And we level up. Or maybe not. Okay, just barely close.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal. Kuka never did do things by halves. As if taking the Mother Crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Oh, look at the guy. Kuka doesn't exactly look like a man who does things with subtlety. At least when he wants to be hands-on.
Let the trial begin.
Five, six. We just went one-on-one with the Undertaker, player. Oh, hello there. Nice of you to sneak in.
Yeah, I've been here since the boss battle started.
Yeah, I couldn't fully hear you, whatever. So.
Ah, weird.
Huh. But. Yeah, it's been fun so far. And at the very least, I get to fulfill a promise, continue the crusade, and...
Seems we're expected.
continue onward with the little project.
So this is the power of Muthos.
So, also, yes, Torgal, best wolfie.
Hold on a moment. You're coming in a little quiet.
Weird.
Let me fix that.
Maybe because I have my
Oh, it's because for whatever reason your volume was in the 60s.
Weird.
I thought I had fixed that, but
Apparently not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been wanting to pick this game up for a while, as well as Stranger Paradise, because that's now locked. Plus,
Well, I've got both. I did stream a little bit of Stranger of Paradise. Well, I will get back to it eventually, but it won't be after FF16 because, you know...
no need to double dip.
Mm-hmm.
Did the orcs do this too?
Oh, treasure. Not a whole lot, but I'll take it.
Okay, good. Like, castle done. Yeah, I bought, speaking of, and more on topic, I bought 4 the other day.
Oh, nice. I was talking about 4 earlier when it came to the introduction of active time battle.
Right.
Because I've still seen people do this whole thing of, oh, 16 isn't a proper Final Fantasy because it's too action. Which is hilarious to me because Ito had predicted RPGs were going to be leaning towards action with better time and tech all the way back in '92.
Yeah. That and the action, that and the genre shift has been prevalent for like almost 2 decades at this point. 13. It's like, do people just seem to forget that 13 came out in 2010?
A lot of people have this hate boner for 13, but the funny thing is I've seen a whole bunch of people cite 13 as their
first game.
Yeah, it's their entry point. Which I had predicted was going to happen just because you know, you had a whole generation for whom 4 was their entry point. You had a whole generation for whom 7 was. Yeah. I don't have a crystal ball when it comes to these kind of things. It's just a matter of reading the room.
Yeah. Wait, was that Odin's spear?
Say again?
Is that Odin's spear you?
No, it's Ramuh's staff.
Oh, that's Ramuh. That's Ramuh. Oh. Duh. Wait, duh. What am I thinking? Lightning, Ramuh.
Yeah.
In my defense, it's late, so.
Yeah, it is it's 141 over here. But I did say it was gonna keep going until Titan was taken out, so I intend on following through on my word. But
Besides, it'd be weird to have a title with his name in it and him not appear.
that, and I wanted to make an in-joke.
Oh yeah.
But I had a bit of a laugh earlier because apparently Christopher Nolan is making a film adaptation of the Odyssey, which, okay.
I've heard about that.
He did that whole thing with Dunkirk, so if that's the way he wants to go, then fine. But
historical events can make for good cinema.
But what a lot of people were roasting is the fact that the look of the outfit was doing that same type of
Odysseus'
helmet.
outfit?
Yeah, was doing that same kind of helmet, even though Odysseus supposedly had a bull helmet.
Oh, the Spartan helmet.
Yeah.
Which
that's all some producers know when it comes to ancient Greece.
Is this your doing, Ultima?
Yeah.
But what's funny is that image, which was posted by the official Universal Studios Twitter account, was taken down by request of a copyright holder.
Really?
That's yeah, which I find absolutely hilarious because unless this is one of those cases where Universal's just the distributor and Nolan is the actual owner of the film.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec to reopen the wiki page.
Too slow.
That had open. Yes, they are.
So they are the owner.
They are. The production company is Synchrony Inc.
Which
is a frequent, which Nolan is a co-founder of. So yeah.
So even so, I still can't help but find it hilarious.
Agreed.
And I have to wonder if they'd even do that.
Even more so because I'm seeing another image by discussing film, and that image is still up.
I wonder if the reason it got taken down is more because of them getting clowned on by everybody.
Possibly. Wait, whoops, hold on. Just accidentally close the stream. Whoops.
So that would make sense.
Yeah. Also, I appreciate the fact that you actually that this game gives you a damage amount when you stagger enemies. That's
where did you
unique.
go?
That's new. And honestly helpful, considering. Ah, Kupka.
The heart.
At the rate we're going here, we'll be able to take out Kupka and take out the Mother Crystal.
I can feel it.
Win-win.
Come on, Toggle.
Good night. So that's the proper door. And I will note the old friend of mine who sent me this also sent me both of the DLCs, but it's going to be quite a while before I get to them.
Yeah. Because I'm presuming that they're both post-game.
Not post-game, but near the end.
Ah. So it wouldn't really make sense to just diverge from the story.
Just what I need.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's right. If you in the modern games, if you have that item.
Yeah. By the way, if I was still doing Geek of the Week, it would have been given to everybody who's been misinterpreting that bit of news regarding Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, that was just a support dev team. NetEase wouldn't have gone under that like that because they've been breaking it.
Yeah, some people were running with the narrative of, oh, the game is successful, so now they're killing off the staff. All they did was that studio that was in Seattle, that was 6 people.
Yeah.
6 people who weren't directly involved. They,
like I said, support team. Game's still getting for fuck's sake, getting the other fantastic.
and I know some people want to run with a particular narrative, but running with a narrative does not mean you get to just pretend that reality doesn't exist.
What would that narrative still happen to be?
Basically that NetEase is self-sabotaging to try and get the game supported on the cheap sheet.
The game's free, for fuck's sake.
I think people were expecting something like EA, but
From a Chinese game company. From a Chinese dev team. Yeah, fuck no.
Also, maybe it's just me, but do you think somebody on the art team was cribbing notes from Batista looking at Hugo?
Wait, Hugo?
Hugo in 16.
Oh, give me a sec. Let me back up to this bitch.
We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Yeah, I see it.
It's mostly in the head.
Yeah, it's the buzz cut. Period. Or yeah. Or like the shape of his head.
Mm-hmm.
Get away from her.
Yeah, I can see it. No use negotiating with someone that's being brainwashed.
Oh shit, he's priming.
Oh fuck.
Not now.
I see. I see. He perceives Clive as Ifrit.
Well, it's not far off.
No, He is Ifrit's dormant.
Find him. You've done this before. You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you. No. Let them burn without. Come to me,
Wondering how the mother crystal was affecting him. Like, why was he grasping at his head?
I think we'll find out soon enough.
Hello.
Well, he finally got his hands back.
Yeah.
I remember one of the devs calling the icon battles akin to a wrestling match.
I can very much see it. I can definitely see it.
Which I think some people probably disinterpreted, but then again, there is a certain tokusatsu that is notorious for having suit actors using wrestling moves.
Oh yeah.
Ultraman.
I was thinking the same, yeah. Like, for fuck's sake. Most recently, Beta Smash hit one of the kaiju with the Goku cutter.
That and...
Yes, I know. It's known in the West as the Diamond Cutter, but it's the fucking Koji cutter.
When in Rome, you do as the Romans do.
Exactly.
You can do it. And so could I.
Well, if throwing rocks isn't going to work, I guess he's going to use a bigger rock.
Exactly.
Let's give this a try.
Oh, okay, that's a new ability. Yeah,
Although, when it comes to the Titan battles, I think the predecessor has to be acknowledged.
Alright.
That being Asura's Wrath.
Oh yeah, Asura's Wrath. Not nearly a million. I appreciate the fact that the damage limit isn't a thing anymore. I mean, yeah, it's great to go 610, but yeah, it's like, it's not a thing anymore. Like,
Well, it wouldn't fit this kind of game to have it.
exactly. This isn't an
That-
RPG in the sense when it comes to its combat.
It's a different type. And
Yeah. Action RPG, yes, but... And, oh fuck. Ate the mother crystal. That's what he did.
Help me.
But now for... No, this is the second phase.
Titan lost.
Hey, yep. And, oh, great! He has lightning, too. Whoa! And suddenly, we're fighting King Ghidorah.
So it could be worse. We could be fighting Anguilas and watching Anguilas getting his ass kicked again.
Okay, I love the dichotomy between the phases. First phase is slow, whereas this phase is fast. And not because you're running. Not because you're sprinting to get them.
Each of the icon fights has been different in some way. And I think that's what helps it. If you're gonna do set pieces, don't repeat them.
Exactly. Which you just have defeat Ramen, right?
Yeah, that already happened.
Really like, because we're just getting a sense of where in the game based on what I can.
We're a ways in.
True.
I've got you now.
So, looking at Titan's design, there's a golden opportunity to make a Toguro joke.
Oh, yeah!
Alright, so that didn't work.
What'd you do?
Tried to see if I could precision dodge with his sweep, and it didn't work.
Wait, do you heal when you deal damage? Does he hurt?
It's because of some of the kit that I have.
Ah, that's cool.
Alright, not my brightest move.
So yeah, I can see it.
And he's about to get staggered again. Yep. There we go. Hey, it's a nice whip. Have it back. I know some people will look at these kind of giant battles and bring up God of War, but I'm not sure about bringing up David Jaff these days, because he's kind of an idiot.
Kind of?
I'm trying this whole being nice thing I hear is all the trend.
Oh, I know. Also, I appreciate the fact that for some of for this boss battle, I'm not sure if they're right. We actually have lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
That's up, Hugo.
And thus we see Titan demonstrating long division.
Yeah. Fuck? And back to the first phase.
While doing the longest fall.
Yeah.
Anything you can do, I can do.
Ah. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh nice. And suddenly, back to Ultraman. So suddenly, we have. You are now. Wait a second.
And that's 3 Mother Crystals down now.
Oh, let me guess. Each Aeon or
Each dominant is tied to one of them, and thus tied to a certain element.
How fitting that he disintegrates in a desert. In a desert area.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Who the fuck? Oh!
Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel.
Mytho.
It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Oh.
Your Majesty.
But Mythos is stronger.
You thought it was going to be that easy.
Oh
God.
For revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss.
I see, he was also trying to brainwash.
One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka.
I mean,
a man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
Dick.
You must consider your health, my prince.
Well, he's the big bad. What do you expect?
If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope. Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
I had called Dion earlier a good man fighting for an undeserving ruler.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor. What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah!
Annabelle playing politics again.
Actually.
Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you. At ease. We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
As far as why Joshua is still alive, well, one, nobody saw the body, and two,
Yep, no body, no death.
he's the Phoenix.
Makes sense. Yeah, I was. Well, no shit, considering the wing, considering the pedal, the feather that Clive was holding. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Ah, Barnabas. Damn.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Walkways need patching up. 50 good boards, 8 span each.
Oh, wait, no, I already have the website. I thought I closed this stream, but I didn't.
It was a absolute laugh riot when I saw that Clive ended up joining the ranks of Tekken 8. A lot of people thought it was going to be Tifa, and I was like, no, it's going to be Clive. Last time around, it was Noctis. Because 15 was around.
Yeah, it's like, stop thinking generally.
Oh.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more. Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up?
Otto and Gav.
If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
The conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
Naturally.
One or two.
She's 100%.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our
Besides,
resident
the more the
visitor
merrier.
suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why
A
want
distraction?
to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind
Visit
man
her?
and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas
Oh.
Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian
space.
War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not
Okay.
a single ship in support
I
of his
love that.
Dalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang? Only to make
Wait.
no attempt to claim
It's
the
fucking
Mother
Odin.
Crystal for Walud. It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the royalist betrayed Cook.
Whoa.
I know only that it
Oh,
is part of
those are
some
the.
broader
Oh,
scheme.
that's the orc design?
A scheme tied to the
Huh.
Yep.
ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw. Especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them, that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
But when it comes to spreading the word, we will handle that another day. Probably tomorrow, depending on where my head is at.
All right.
So that will do it for our run through FF16. We'll be possibly continuing this tomorrow after Monastery Live. We'll see if my body and mind is up to the task. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.
Okay.